perfect. Thank you. All right. Hey, we're going to get started in a few minutes. We're not starting yet. Since you're all here, welcome to find a seat. We also have overflow on the 8th floor. If you're looking to sit down, there are chairs up there as well. It pipes in. It's totally fine. Okay. Hey everyone, how's everybody doing? Okay, there's one. How's everybody doing? Hey, all right, come on, right? We're live, right? COVID doesn't exist. Get close. Who's excited about being here the next couple of days? Yeah, there we go. Good. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Well, hey, thanks for coming. I'm excited that everyone's here. I think there's folks up on the 8th floor as well. Thank you for putting up with that a little bit. Again, down here, first come, first serve. So get in soon, get in early, get your seat. Okay. Same thing goes tomorrow. So be excited for that. I'm Nick Rinaldi. I work for the Army Applications Lab, which is right underneath AFC, Army Futures Command. And I'm excited for this Vertex. This is the second one we've done. First one was on energy, and I knew nothing about energy. So I know a lot more about human performance, I think, and I'm excited about hearing more about it from you all. So I'm glad you're all here. We have kind of like a great event for you, I think, the next couple days. Not a traditional conference, I hope. I hope this is more about the dialogue, the discussion, the information, right? And then how do we ideate, do different approaches together? Because I think the Army's at a pretty good tipping point to handle some of this for human performance, so we're excited about that. You all were like selected to come, right? This is not an open invitation. You couldn't just walk in off the street and come in here. So if you look left and right, you're all interesting people. It's good. Like you will find interesting people wherever you are here today. There's not like let me sift through 1,000 people and find someone. You will find them here for sure. I do want to kind of remind folks like what the why is. You saw a lot of it probably on the website or got an email from me or several emails from me or whatever it was. You know, what we're doing here. And I would say human performance is hard. It's not someone put it the other day, it's not a paladin, it's not a cannon, it's not a rifle, right? Everything you do with humans is different. Nothing is the same output, nothing's math for them. Everyone responds differently, everyone accepts enabling technology differently, everyone integrates with something differently. So we're excited about getting after this, but it's a really hard problem. A lot of organizations against it and trying to make it so that we have the best kind of warfighter across not just the Army, but like the DoD, right? We really want to get after that. So we've been trying pretty hard for a long time. Hopefully we're at the right tipping point here. What I'd say for the industry, academic folks aren't government in the room. So the Army does a lot of activity, a lot of event type things. I would say that there's not a lot of places where you're gonna go to one event, you're gonna speak once, and you will, everyone will have heard you from across the transformation organization, that is AFC, so requirements, S&T or R&D, acquisition outside of AFC, TRADOC, people that are training in Doctrine Command, people that are working against, or making sure that we train our soldiers. So you speak one time and everyone will hear you, and I think that's important because you can get common understanding a little bit faster, so that's good. The other thing here for our Army folks or our DoD folks, we've got several different services here as well representing, which is awesome. You know, a lot of people wanted to come to this that were not in the government, and we had to like do some hard cuts. So again, interesting people in this room, take the opportunity to meet someone that's not in the government and learn a little bit more. I think it's an exciting opportunity. Okay, a lot of them want to work with us. Some do work with us. Some a little bit limited capacity, and we want to get that in a good way, a positive way. So let's get after that today. Chance to be a little bit less transactional for us. Okay, build a partnership, build a relationship, or and increase like the community of interest here. So working together. So I think it's important. You know, ultimately, what we're really going after is closing the gap that we currently have in the U.S. military between us and the commercial world right now. So the commercial world's a little bit further ahead, in my opinion, in this space, and we can really close the gap here if we work on it. Okay, so that's my spiel. I would like to thank our organizers up front. I promise I'm almost done. So 75th Innovation Command was super helpful and make sure we get the right folks in the room that were from the commercial world. So really big thanks to them. Greater AAL team, Army Applications Lab team, A lot of folks on that team that are here on staff today, you should see them walking around, and we don't have like special staff badges, but if we're walking fast or looking to help someone, like those are the people that you want to ask if you have questions. We can get you in the right direction where you got to go today, okay? But a lot of folks did a lot of hard work online and here today to make sure that you guys have a good experience. So please ask them if you need something. A couple admin notes. We are bringing folks together here that may have never been in the Army or around the DoD. Okay, so spell out the acronyms. All right, my government folks, please do that. Okay, I'm doing my best as well. And you know, if you don't know it's something like this is where we're learning, right? If you don't know, just ask, right? So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to ask whatever question I want to ask here. I want to make sure I understand. So please ask. Safety badges, right? We've got badges on. This is an open space. There's no classified information in here. This is a commercial building. Army does not own this building. So you're in here, you're up on the 5th or 8th floor, right? Just make sure you got your badge on so folks know that you're supposed to be there and part of this exclusive event. And just admin-wise, there's Wi-Fi available. There's some quiet booths upstairs as well. If you need to take a call or something like that, feel free to do so. Make yourselves at home. And then we will have some Q&A for the panels. So panels and keynotes will have Q&A, and we'll post the Q&A QR code up there, and you'll just type the form in. Our moderator will see it live, and then for the keynotes, we'll have a moderator also ask those questions at the end. So make sure you save the Q&A form once you see it on that QR code. This can be a little tricky. Okay, all right, I'm almost done. So our next folks, the next person coming up here, Ms. Sue Goodyear. She's our EDCG, our Executive Deputy to the Commanding General. I'll spell them out. But she is our Senior Civilian Advisor to the Commanding General for Army Futures Command. So pretty high level senior civilian. And it has an extensive background in resource management and budget for the Army. Recently, she's had a whole lot of involvement and experience in trying to solve this problem at like an enterprise level. So she's been working on this with a lot of folks in our Medical Development Command, and is excited to have a chance to chat with you this morning before we kick things off. So without further ado, Ms. Sue Goodyear, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, there we go. Got it. Whoops. Okay, good morning. And Nick started out with an acronym, so I'll try to stay away from them too. And it's not just jargon. Sometimes we speak and, ooh, bright lights. We speak and we think we're speaking English to people, and we are speaking English, but the words don't make sense. So ask us questions, as he said. First of all, on behalf of General Rainey, our Commanding General, and Command Sergeant Major Hester, I want to welcome everybody to this event. This is the second, as Nick said. First one was about energy. This is human performance. We are going to continue to find what we think are the future capabilities, future challenges that the Army and DoD are going to face. And we're going to bring these types of events to the forefront. That's part of what Army Applications Lab does. Nick talked you through a little bit of what they were thinking as they put this together and then how you each got selected to be here. But I would say, from my perspective, we got what we wanted. We got a group of experts from academia, from industry, from across DoD to come in and actually collaborate together to make steps forward for the most important thing we do, and that is keeping our soldiers alive and ensuring that they make it home. So that, to me, is the most important thing that we were able to get out of this. This is going to be an event where we're going to be able to learn from each other, where DoD can learn from industry, industry can learn what DoD is thinking, and then we can all learn to build a path forward together. So this morning, I'm actually attending a forum virtually at my desk right now. I'm not there sitting and listening, but this morning I actually did hear the Chief of Staff of the Army give an opening speech. And it's the Army Professional Forum. And this is bringing all of the general officers and leaders and senior civilians across the Army together to talk about human capital and to talk about soldiers and to talk about the profession of the Army as leaders. And one of the things he said was, you know, what makes the Army great is our people. Number one thing he said this morning. Then, cohesive teams that are trained, disciplined, and fit, physically and mentally fit. ensure we have a safe and secure environment for our kids to join the Army, to be a part of the Army, and to be what the nation needs them to be. I mean, that was the intro right there. I'm done. He just built it for me. I can't imagine, our current leadership, and Secretary Wormuth also spoke. She had some really great quotes, similar vein. Our leadership in the Army is all about improving our soldiers' performance, improving our environment for our soldiers, recruiting the best talent we can into the Army right now. And then how do we make sure, as I said, that they make it home safe and secure? But also, what I'd like to ask our DoD and Army and folks here, we tend to get isolated and think we know all the answers. We tend to think we are the experts in our fields. But, and our scientists and our technologists, maybe not so much, but some of our leaders, we think the Army has the answers. These forums like this are finding out we don't have the answers. We know we don't. But what we need to do is build those partnerships for the future. And this is a great opportunity to do this. So for the DoD and the Army folks that are here, expand your horizons a little bit. Ask those questions. For industry, ask us where we think we're going, what we think we're going to need. As you focus your dollars towards helping the Army, or as you focus on a technology that we need, we can bring that together in part of our partnership. So, from an Army Futures Command perspective, we just changed our leadership out. General Rainey took over at the beginning of October, General Murray before him as the commanding general. Our mission is to ensure that we can fight and win the nation's wars, and they've picked a year, 2040. That's truly arbitrary. There are some goals in there that the Army wants to get to. By 2030, we need to deliver more modernized equipment, and we are going to deliver state-of-the-art technology to our soldier formations in 2030. Not to all, but that's the path we're on. So how does soldiers and how does human performance change with those new technologies? And then by 2040, how does warfare change? And how is that going to be different for human performance? How do we optimize human performance, cognitive abilities, physical abilities, performance? And I know I'm preaching to people that know more about this than I do, but how do we enhance that performance? How do we ensure that robotics, the teaming with AI that we're going to do, decision dominance, that's a critical capability that we need inside Army formations to be the decisive, most lethal, most, or the winning our nation's wars. How are we going to be able to do that in the future as humans? How can we improve human capability to do that? How can we teach and grow humans to be the partners with robotics and AI, to learn from that, to use that on the battlefield? We believe highly transparent and lethal battlefields. And by highly transparent, you can't hide from anything. In the past, you could put up a camouflage tent. You were kind of hidden. Nobody knew where you were, so to speak. I know that's generically kind of pushing things around, but it's going to be transparent. Everybody's going to have an ability to know and see what the enemy is doing. So how do we get ahead of that? How do we become more lethal as we get on the battlefield? And how do we teach humans to take that data that they're going to get from sensing and from some of the other things and turn it lethal? How do we increase? Battlefields are going to be increased speed just because of the IT, the AI, the robotics. It's going to increase speed. How do we make sure that humans are able to perform at that levels of speed and lethality that we're going to ask them for? Our ranges are changing, and as where the battlefield will be. There will always be a face-to-face war. There will always be soldiers that are important to the battlefield. It's not all going to be about technology. So how do we make sure that they are capable? How do we make sure they're able to compete with the enemy in any way that we know the enemy is going to also bring to the battlefield as they improve their technologies? How do we compete with that? How do we scale it? the Army is a big organization. How do you scale some of the technologies and some of the AI and some of the things we're already doing with human performance? 480,000 active duty soldiers, a 1 million-man Army. How do you scale what we're trying to do for the future and get it out fast enough to make it relevant? That's the next thing we need help with, especially from industry. We can do technologies, but we don't understand sometimes how to help scale, how to get to an ability to scale. We're not going to be able to wait for a 40-year fielding cycle. It's just not going to happen this time. So how do we think through that as part of the Army? And I think, and I'm sure everybody in this room, there are technologies that haven't even been thought of yet that'll be on the battlefield. And when a second grader right now will be on the battlefield in a number of years, what's going to be out there for technology? We're still going to be humans. We're still in the same, physical form we're in now, but how do you make that difference? And how do we think this collective group, using the amazing workshops, using the talent of your speakers, using the panelists, how are we going to think beyond that? And then most important to me, using the partnerships you're going to build while you're here and carry forward into, other projects and other thought processes. I really think in my mind, there's two parts to this too. There's current soldier human performance. What do we do to help our soldiers now? How do we improve their capabilities? But how do we also improve their behavioral health, their cognitive health, their physical health? How do we do that now? But then, as Army Futures Command, how do we carry that into the future and even enhance it? So ask everybody to keep that in mind too. We have a problem set that starts now, but we also have one in the future. General Rainey, our new commander, has said, we need to start thinking about 2040 and then work backwards. What could we start now that would get us to 2040? What could we bring forward or bring backwards into our capabilities right now? What's out there in technology? So sharing that while you're all here is important. And I think I went through the pamphlet that Nick sent out, I think would be probably who sent it out, last night. And I picked up some words, peak physical and cognitive condition, better health, precision, management, resiliency, speed the pace of innovation, get tech out faster, recovery, optimization, capacity, stress, optimal, measuring, decision-making, rapid decision-making, human decision-making. Those are all the words that are throughout the entire panel that set this up, or not panel, but flyer that set this up. That's what the panels are going to talk about. Those are the words that should be running through everybody's minds. Again, how do we get there and how do we make decisions now that will help us ensure those soldiers are lethal, protect the nation that we've been asked to do, and make it home to their families? So I would ask all of you as a challenge, help the Army think through the problems, what you see, what you hear here in these venues. Take that information and help us think through this. Army and DoD, as I said, let's help industry understand where we want to go. But we're looking for innovation. We're looking for new ideas. We're looking for different ways of thinking about things. Taking the acronyms and the jargon out of the conversation is one thing, but you've got to take that out of our heads too. That's what we think, and that's how we think. We talk to ourselves. We forget we're talking to other people that don't necessarily spend every day understanding, what lethal, long-range precision fires in a multi-domain operation with a whatever. The words we use every day to ourselves that we know, we need to learn how to speak to the rest of the world as part of what we're doing with these events. So you're teaching us as much as we're, sharing with you. So I ask everybody to take advantage of that. And then, as I said before, build the network that's going to help us understand for the future. So with that, I welcome everybody here to Austin. I have no idea what the weather's trying to do, but 81 degrees on Pearl Harbor Day is a little odd, but okay, we'll take it. But, I welcome everybody here, take advantage, and give us feedback on these events. Was it valuable? Was it something that you can use? Did you learn? For the traditional businesses that we deal with, what could we do better? We know acquisition process faster would be better. We're working on that. We're kind of thinking through some ideas. But most of all, for the non-traditionals, we hope we can help give you some shaping, some ideas too. So we're hitting everybody. We hopefully have something for everybody in this event, but give us some feedback on making these better. What did and didn't work? What do you think we could do the next time? Should we have another one, Human Performance 2.0? Because today is focused on some very, specific things in performance optimization, wearables, tech, data. Those are the two focus areas. Human performance, as I've found just in getting briefings on it, is huge. It is the extremely broad category. We narrowed it down so this was only 2 days and the attendance we could kind of manage, but give us some ideas. We'll take them, roll with them, and run with them. Jay and Wisham and Colonel Wisham and his team will roll with what you bring them, because that's what we're all about. We're a learning organization. We want to prove that to the world. So thanks, everybody, for being here. And I know you don't want to hear from me. You need to hear from the keynote speakers. Just met with him. Absolutely fantastic keynote speaker today, and panelists are just amazing. Just appreciate everybody. So thank you all.
Okay, awesome. Well, hey, so everyone, we're gonna get started with our first keynote here. Unfortunately, we have to cut the streaming for his keynote specifically, just based on some PR requirements. So we're gonna take a minute to make sure that's good. I'm gonna get a thumbs up, and then we'll do the intro for that. We'll do the keynote, and then we'll go straight into the next panel. So hope you're ready. We're gonna get after this here pretty quick. Yeah. Okay, folks, let's have a seat. I think we're ready. I'm pretty sure everyone's on stage this time. We're gonna go ahead and get started. We're gonna hit the stream live. Perfect. And I'm gonna introduce our moderator for the next panel, or the first panel, I suppose, maximizing cognitive performance, which I definitely need tips on for the next kind of between now and the next holiday. I'm excited about that. Really eclectic group up here, and I'm gonna let them introduce themselves, but I'll introduce Dr. Jimmy O'Nate here, director of the athletic training division at the Ohio State University. I gotta do that, otherwise I get in trouble. Jimmy has had over 30 years experience in all aspects of human performance on and off the field and biomechanics and motor learning. Currently serves as a co-director of OSU Sports Medicine's Movement Analysis and Performance Research Program, and is a research scholar for the National Federation of High School Sports Medicine Advisory Committee, research consultant to the Naval Special Warfare Groups based in Virginia Beach. Long history in human performance, and is excited to have him up here as our moderator and to introduce the rest of our panelists. So ladies and gentlemen, for the panel, Dr. Jimmy O'Nate.
All right. You can always tell how old the parts are here, where I'm seeing undergrad students, grad students who are now in like big time jobs and all those types of things. So it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be on this panel. So thank you for the invite. It's an honor for you to be in the audience. There's a lot of great people that I've seen over the years, and it's interesting how I've seen them in different capacities and then their growth mindset of where they've kind of gone. So today's thing is going to be really focused on cognitive performance. And so I'm just going to introduce the panel, and then we'll kind of get into some questions. The way we're going to kind of go is just a little bit of panel questions first, and then we'll open it up to question and answers from the audience. And then we have the audience upstairs also, so I have a little panel here. So you got my background a little bit, so we're just going to do a little 30-second elevator. We could spend a long time on their backgrounds and all the great things that they've done, but we'd really want to get into the concepts and the ideas before that. So we'll go Greg first.
Hi, everybody. My name is Greg Applebaum. I'm a professor at the University of California, San Diego, where I direct the Human Performance Optimization Lab, or OptiLab for short. It's an applied cognitive neuroscience lab that's interested in neuroplasticity and learning and being applied. We're really interested in using what we learn about the brain in order to optimize performance. So I'm very excited to be here, talk about the work we've done. We've been very fortunate to work with a lot of different partners. Funding from the Department of Defense, DARPA, Army. We work with soldiers, we work with athletes, we work with surgeons, and I love the tools, assortment of different monitoring and measurement devices. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Greg. Thibault?
Hey everyone, thanks for having me. My name is Thibault Romangu, and I'm the lead scientist at NearSense. Just a little bit about my background. My research background is mostly human subject research, so monitoring of central nervous system and non-invasive brain stimulation, so I'll talk a little bit about that. Right now at NearSense, we are a company that makes wearable physiological sensors, mostly cerebral oximetry and tissue oximetry.
Great. Awesome. So next, Melise.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here. My name is Melise Balban. I'm the CEO and co-founder of NeuroSmart, where we're developing a wearable system for enhancing cognitive performance of first responders, military members, and athletic teams. I'm also a senior research scientist at Stanford University in Andrew Huberman's lab. My expertise lies in the physiological and behavioral measurements of stress and interventions for stress to enhance cognitive performance.
Awesome. And last but not least, Liz.
Hi, I'm Liz Swigert. That was very loud. I am not Christian Kuzmich. He is watching along from home. Unfortunately, he took ill and was unable to be here. I am an advisor to Mindset Technologies, where we use eye capture for cognitive monitoring to predict human performance. My day job is that I am the Chief Product and Strategy Officer for Safe Kids AI, whereas I've told my panel, my claim to fame is that I get sixth graders to be voluntarily kind online in less than 30 seconds.
Wow. Super fun.
Can we do that with seniors in high school? All right, so we'll get started. So I'm just going to kind of preface the foundation of what we're going to be talking about with just defining cognition for everybody. So, you know, there's a lot of different things and a lot of different ideas, and you're going to hear the panelists come from a variety of different viewpoints on these things. So just, you know, again, just a very simple, the mental action or process of acquiring knowledge and understanding through thought, experience, and the senses. And I did use my Apple phone for this. So let's just kind of start first with Greg, question. So some of the work you've done over the years, you know, you've done a lot in the vision, assessments, intervention space. What are those things that improve our learning or cognitive capabilities?
Yeah, so you know, cognition is ubiquitous. It's kind of everything that we do, how we make sense of the world. How we understand how the brain does it is just an adventure of kind of my academic career. But in the applied sense, it's oftentimes about where's the bottleneck, right? You're trying to solve some problem, right? Not just general cognition, but, you know, shoot something better or hit something better or make the right decision in a surgical arena. Those are all topics that we address. And so a lot of it's about the applied, you know, unsticking a bottleneck, okay? And so a lot of our work is focused on vision. You know, vision is a primary sense of how we take in the world, how we make sense of the world. You know, half the people here are wearing glasses or contacts, so you know we're all very aware that we want corrected vision. And we think about the way light comes in and becomes a signal in our nervous system. We talk about that as the hardware, the refraction of the light into your nervous system, but then it becomes software, what you do with it, how you make sense of that information. And so over the years, we've been really fortunate to work with a lot of partners and applications that have aimed to try to understand optimal vision for specific applied pursuits, and then intervene and be able to improve vision for the capabilities that we're really after. We do a lot of work with surgery in this space. I'm going to talk mostly right now about how we work with athletes. Athletes as a model for soldiers is something we're oftentimes familiar with. And it's very fortunate that it's very data heavy, right? There's a lot of objective outcome measures. So some of our work starting in like 2012, funded by DARPA in partnership with Nike, was testing assessment tools to measure vision in athletes and then link these assessments to game performance. And so we utilized a database of assessments that were developed as part of the Spark Sensory Performance Program and did data analysis, taking and linking these assessments to game performance. And we found that better vision in certain domains led to better batting performance. And then we included eye tracking, and then we included other assessments. We found that certain aspects of dynamic vision, not the static acuity that you correct when you're sitting at the optometrist, A or B, A or B, B or A, but your ability to resolve rapidly moving things and make sense of them under time-limited constraints leads to better performance. So with that in mind, we have these kind of assessment tools that can be used to understand who's going to be better, potentially, for scouting. We then just started to develop training programs that targeted these approaches of dynamic vision. And we started testing these in baseball because baseball is this really great situation where somebody has to make a rapid decision on limited information, and it's extremely hard. And so we were in a very fortunate position to start to do controlled trials where we tested an intervention versus a control, and we found benefits. We found we could actually improve batting performance through training vision. Well, that's baseball. Baseball is great. We like baseball. But we want this to be situationally relevant for other pursuits. This is stuff that has also been tested in the Department of Defense with the Navy, we contributed to, really testing whether this leads to better decision-making in close quarter battle. So these types of questions are important. The ability to do rigorous science to move the needle on answers to whether these things work is really important. And so we've been just in a very fortunate position to test these things in different models with athletes and also with soldiers.
Great. I got 1,000 questions for you, but we're going to make sure that we hit each panelist first. So, Thibault, you do a lot in the technology space. Just hearing you talk the other day got me excited about all the technology that you're doing. So, you have so many factors that you're looking at in cognition. Like, how do you narrow it down? What do you think is going to be the most impactful measurement that we have for cognition from your perspective?
Yeah. So it's really hard to pin down one in particular, of course. And this is why I think the way we're moving our device development is actually to try to hit measurements of brain activity through different technologies and different approaches. So one thing historically that we've developed and that we use right now is FNIRS sensors. So FNIRS technology has been around for a while. I mean, it's near-infrared spectroscopy, so you use light that you send through the skull, and you hopefully, if you go deep enough, you're able to get information about oxygen consumption underneath the tissue, and so maybe in the cerebral compartment, and that correlates to neural demand, neural activity. So that's a very important metric, obviously, right? But it has some drawbacks. It's not, for example, the spatial resolution of this technology is not very high if you compare to something like fMRI, for example. But it's very wearable. Like we make wearable sensors, so that's the whole point. Now you could combine this with electrophysiology, which is something we are trying to develop. So combining FNIRS and adding to it EEG sensors, and the idea to be able to measure in two ways, basically improve the accuracy of your decoding if you're trying to decode specific activity. So
yeah, we talked briefly beforehand. One of the biggest barriers is, and we hear this all the time, is for sensors is battery life, and battery storage and size, right? So if we have any energy battery focused individuals, maybe we went to the wrong conference. Maybe that was the last one on energy, but we need to kind of get into that battle. But I think it's one of those things for all these areas. So.
The name of the game is like form factor, of course. Right.
All right, Melise, you do a lot in fear and anxiety, which was always fun, right? So kind of, and where do you see that relative to the, kind of the next frontier of optimizing cognitive performance?
Right. Well, we're seeing over and over again in scientific studies that our brains can only process so much at a time. So the less we are able to regulate our emotions, our fears, our threat response, the more cognitive resources are devoted to threat-related responses and not strategic thinking and other parts of the brain that typically are in opposition to threat-related responses. So that's how threat response directly leads into decision-making capacity and cognitive flexibility. I think that one thing that's been ignored traditionally is the connection of the mind and the body. So one thing that stress and fear does to our system is it creates a disconnect from the body and the mind. Typically, we talk about high stress, low stress, but it's really about the disconnect between different systems. So any system can go anyway. And by system, I mean different parts of the brain, such as, the salience network that responds to the threat, or the executive control network, or your body. This is all working together. What stress does is it cuts those links. And so one goes too high. You can be hyper vigilant, hyperactive in one way, or you could numb down, and that's what we see a lot of veterans, post deployment, is too much activation of thinking, like overthinking, and too little emotional response. So I think the future really lies in not lowering stress per se, but optimizing the mind-body, like reconnecting mind to the body. And I think right now we're like, the mind-body interventions exist and they're proven effective in reducing stress, like mindfulness, meditation, breathing, all of that. But I think they're still a little bit farther away from cognitive performance. When we talk about cognitive performance, not everybody immediately thinks about meditation. But I think those are very tightly linked, and that's, I think, both from a scientific and measurement perspective is what it needs to go towards.
Yeah, so kind of, if you think about it, when we first started, we were trying to quote unquote eliminate stress
Right,
or lower stress.
right.
And now we're really into handling and managing it in a better fashion. Is that?
Yeah,
kind
I
of-
mean, it's not a bad thing, you know, it's not a
Mhm.
bad thing we need to kind of keep in check. It's part of our body, it enables us to perform, it's a good thing. It becomes a problem when it's there, when it doesn't need to be.
No, that's great.
Mm.
All right, Liz, we're going to come into the other areas here. So, you kind of wrapping it all up and think about kind of this fine tuning and narrowing these things towards this peak cognition. I know that you have done some things on attention and so on and so forth. Where in that, like, how do we kind of wrap it together to create some fine tuning of cognition?
Well, that was the setup of the century. My goodness, thank you. Think about the words you've heard already today. We've heard safety, we've heard choice, we've heard collaboration, trust, we've heard empowerment. What does that get you? The foundations of a trauma-informed approach. We break it human-centered. You talk about the importance of stress. Without stress, you are not getting out of bed in the morning. Too much stress, we can't make a decision. Forget like the old standardized test, narrow it down to 2. We're in fight, flight, or you know what. So no. How then do we take an approach whereby we create a brain-friendly environment for decision making? We are looking to understand the application of pressure in situations and its effect on humans in 2 ways. You can make dinner in the pressure cooker, you can make it in the microwave. Same amount of time, but you're not eating the roast chicken that's coming out of that microwave. So what we have to be able to do is determine when has something been microwaved, when has it been pressure cooked, and to that, everything that's been talked about on the panel so far, what we measure, what we monitor, but making it human-centered. And that's, I think, where in both areas of my work it comes together. How do we take an approach whereby we get people in a position where there is stress? We are not saying, oh, let's eliminate the stress. You can't. That's not realistic. But I think back to something Greg said about the difference between the static place, the dynamic place. How is it that we create these environments where people can make their best decision while understanding how much processing is happening at the time that they're doing that? And it's about adjusting the knobs and getting it to the right place and making that replicable, as we've talked about, at scale.
Man, you guys are getting me going on a bunch of different questions. Let's kind of come back a little bit if we were to think about just kind of stress in general, right? And just focus on that topic. How are we doing that? How are we evaluating stress from a visual standpoint, right? One of the things I know that some people are working on is being able to do, instead of just eye tracking for a study or in a shoot, but being able to do a contact lens that can kind of do visual tracking, real time, long term. What do you think about that, Greg? Well, I'll start with you.
I'd love to see it. So, from a vision standpoint, it's our window. It's our lens into much of the world we're trying to make sense of. And it is the case that under stress, vision collapses. How do we understand that? How do we test it under stressful situations? How do we put someone in a context that is meaningful, but also controlled in a way that we can make sense of it? Well, a lot of what we're doing is through simulations these days. So we have quite a bit of work right now where we're using simulations and we're monitoring physiology. So one approach that we're doing in order to kind of understand stress is during surgical training. So we have surgeons who are going through simulations using a Da Vinci robot or a fundamentals of laparoscopic surgery, different simulations. These are training environments, and we're monitoring their physiology, much like my colleagues here. We're measuring, in this case, EEG, heart rate, and pupillometry, and really trying to develop air signals, or biomarkers of upcoming errors. It's got to be specific to the context. So this is not necessarily errors in piloting or errors in baseball. It's errors in surgery when you're doing these surgical simulations. So stress is an important part of the environment. We can simulate the stress by simulating the environment, and then we can layer on the physiology. So we measure these heart rates. So we have 2 papers under review right now. I should say that virtually everything I'm going to talk about today is publicly available on our website, optilab.net. It's all published research funded by NIH and DoD. So if you're interested in more, you could go read about these things. But finding these biomarkers of stress is important for understanding who is going to be resilient to stress, but also finding out where are the pressure points where we could intervene to relieve the stress and have these teachable moments.
Great. Other pieces on stress of, maybe Thibault, talk a little bit about how you're kind of evaluating.
I can actually bounce off of what you said about measuring heart rate and how it's a great measure for stress and those things. But when we talk about cognitive function in general, so if you think for nowadays, like the Apple Watch, Whoop Band, I mean, you may have heard of it. Maybe some of you use those things, or the Aura Ring. They can monitor your pulse rate technically because it's looking at the pulsatile in your blood, in the periphery. This is a good indirect measurement of, could even infer fatigue, or like your level of stress or anything. But if I think there's a need to get to what's happening in your head, right? And for that, there's no way around looking inside. And so that's why you need to have sensors that can actually measure cognitive activity. And for that, you usually, the prime location would be the forehead, because that's where you have obviously the prefrontal cortex that you can measure. And so it's challenging to come up with technology that can measure this brain activity in environments where you don't, maybe it needs to fit under a helmet, Maybe you're in a tactical jet, right? And you're taking 4, 5, 6 Gs, and your sensor still needs to work, right? And I think that's this effort that is being done in this space right now. And I think it'd be helpful to have more of this,
Yeah, we're going to get into questions in just 1 second. I just want to kind of last question for both of you at the end, and really thinking about this from again, stress and a little bit more on the fear anxiety side of these things. We're, we want to have solutions, right? And we think about technology as solutions. Beyond technology, what are solutions that you're thinking that we could have, either more so in the adults kind of stage, and for you more in the kids? Like, what should we be training our kids into this side? So I'll start with Melise first.
Well, I would say, now my mind is at my daughter. No, she's a kid, and I'm trying to take
We
her
can go
away
back
from
and forth.
technology.
Yeah.
But in general, I think that rest and recovery has been overlooked more in terms of optimizing performance. We've been a very much push, train harder culture, which is, it's important to train hard, but it's just as important, if not more important, to rest and to recover and to be able to have a handle and self-awareness piece on that. So, I generally very, very, got general statement. I think it should be about looking at recovering. There are great things like heart rate variability now that's a lot of the smartwatches are measuring, and that's a okay measure of recovery. I wouldn't say it's great, but it's a good one.
Okay.
I mean, heart rate in general is relatively poor in our hands for predicting any cognitive performance, and so I would agree with I don't want to butcher your name.
Yeah.
Thibault.
To monitor sleep, for example.
Sorry?
You said monitoring sleep.
Monitoring sleep, yeah, that's great. Sleep trackers are great for, especially, they're getting better and better, but length of sleep is one thing that's very, robustly shown to correlate with performance, and also the devices measure it well. So it's one thing, but I'll stop there. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think you really hit, the problem is within some people in this audience, we don't have that option in some missions that we have. In some, I work a lot with law enforcement now.
Yeah.
It's just there's not enough of them. There's not enough people. And
Yeah.
so trying to create some quick recovery pieces, right? We're a quicker
Yeah.
society, right? What solutions do you think maybe are out there for that?
Yeah, so for quick recovery, breathing. So breathing is the best kind of hijack tool we have into the nervous system because it is under it directly controls emotion and it is under direct control of emotion. So it's direct entry into the cycle. So, and what's known the best about breathing, and we'll have a paper that's just coming out soon, is just keep your exhales longer than your inhales. And that way that activates. So having longer exhales, we call it sighing. We have that natural response to at the end of a stressful thing. So we have that natural response. But you can actually hack the system by doing it intentionally sighing for a few minutes. And that's in our hands been proven to reduce stress, anxiety, and yeah.
I love it. If we all had a breath monitor, everybody was just doing that just now. So you're practicing, you're like, oh, that's a simple idea. I know you're just like me. So that's great. I mean, I think
It's
that's,
really
and learning that and teaching that is a simple concept, right? So I think we need to think about complex systems pieces, technology, integration, so on and so forth, and then simple solutions and simple ideas that can actually make an effect. So I think you're going to hit some of the same things, like let's teach those to kids.
Well, the second graders were about to, we heard earlier that we're about to have to train up. What we're doing is we're training the same things, because when we're raising up kids, that's what we're after. We're trying to develop self-regulation ultimately, which occasionally my 8-year-old seems to exhibit better than I do. What I want to kind of just hit on, and one, thank you, I feel so much calmer now. Couple of things. One, we train Spock, but we lionize Kirk. We want to have this sense that we can train somebody to make this unemotional decision in the moment under extreme duress and stress. That's not how the Kobayashi Maru was won. Thank you to my fellow nerds in the audience who got that. For the rest, Yoda wasn't teaching lightsaber skills. He was teaching self-regulation. Control your feelings. So what is it ultimately that we're all talking about and working on here? It's people. And it's humans, and I keep coming back to being human-centric, but when we talk about how do you create moments for recovery, how do you help a sixth grader come back when they're looking at stuff they really shouldn't be looking at in math class, and the thing pops up and they freeze? How do you help them in that moment, which for them is acute stress? How do you help them to recover even under stress? How are you helping them to come back and say, okay, I can make a better decision now. This is not the end. I can choose something different. So when we think about how we are creating moments for recovery, we actually start with how people react first in the moment. So if you think about the kinds of alerts that we have on systems, sometimes they're incredibly jarring. I don't know whose alarm went off this morning and they were jolted out of bed. Not a great way to start your morning. So what we can think about is, first, what is the trigger? And then how do we help people to manage that stimuli in the moment where they may not be able to get full recovery? Can't go take a nap. But how in that moment can you take the techniques, whether it's breathing? There's a lot of analog stuff. Where can you take that technique and where can you use it to just get enough recovery? It's not all or nothing. And that's the thing, that if I leave anybody with anything, it's that we live in paradox. We live where two things can be true. And it's about getting enough, not necessarily getting all.
I would just add one more thing to that. I think that's great. In terms of not having enough time to maybe get a good night's sleep or getting a 2-hour nap, I think one thing that needs to happen is integrating this into the training cycles that are already happening. So right now, training cycles, for example, in law enforcement that we work with is purely tactical, which goes out the window if they're under stress in a real life situation. So they're not really. I mean, yes, there are simulators, and that's great that they're being exposed to stress, but they're not learning how to deal with it unless they're already good at it, and then that's fine. So I think that's another kind of practical way to integrate it into the training on a daily basis.
Yeah, no, that's great. We've got about 10 minutes. I'm going to take the questions that are here that are being filtered in. I won't be able to get to all of them. Just to add on those things, I do work with one group that just stated that they need to eliminate boxing during their cadet training because it was too dangerous. And I'm sitting there going, but isn't that their job? Are going to be having to get in fights? And shouldn't we be teaching them how to protect themselves? And so shouldn't we be monitoring their recovery process better, not avoiding the entire situation? So anyway, so we're kind of preaching to the choir here. This is not the group that needs to hear it. It's the other people that need to hear it. So I'll start with first one. What's your top non-technological cognitive optimization tool or strategy?
Well,
So
we already talked
breathing.
The breathing.
Breathing. Anything else besides breathing?
Yeah, just the general idea of kind of mental hygiene. We work a lot with the Duke basketball team. I spent 15 years there, and every fancy gadget is kind of available, but teaching people how to regulate, what their pressure points are. So sleep hygiene, getting a good night's sleep, nudging yourself out of sleep versus blasting yourself out of sleep. Light, your exposure to light. We're learning more and more about your circadian rhythms and your exposure to light. These are things that aren't highly technical. They're kind of what we call in the hygiene space. Like you're getting good hygiene. That gives you a good tonic level of arousal, alertness, and things of that nature. The flip side of the coin is that in some of the cases where we really have challenges trying to overcome an obstacle, like hitting a baseball or beating an enemy, it's not just being vigilant. It's overcoming that bottleneck that's put there on purpose. Baseball is set up specifically to be hard. So how can you, even in your most alert and aroused state and with great hygiene, how do you overcome that barrier? And I think that's where technology is really going to be the winner.
And I would just add mindfulness meditation. It's the one. I mean, I say breathing because we've studied it in the most recent study, and it's been part of the Eastern culture for a very century. So there's a lot of kind of that. But in terms of the most scientific evidence for is mindfulness meditation and cognitive performance. It just makes a lot of sense from what it does to the brain. It reduces noise. It reduces mind wandering. It reduces a part of the brain that thinks about us instead of focusing on what's happening right now. So it just makes a lot of sense.
Follow Thibaut's example, remain hydrated.
Yes, hydration.
Yes,
I think the number one, I think, and one of you on scientific evidence for this, that's non-technological, is being physically active. Like physical activity, even like moderate bouts of 30 minutes every day, moderate activity intensity. It's insane the difference it makes for mental sharpness and just cognitive performance in general. Like it's insane. Like the scientific evidence is extremely clear on this.
Yeah. And it's true for kids too, very much so.
Especially for kids. I mean, when your brain is developing, I mean, it's so important.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's a lot of different questions on what enhancement capabilities from, pharmaceutical interventions, supplements, those types of things. It seems like we're still back to the human basics of sleep, happiness, purpose, right?
Yeah.
Breathing, like those are things that we don't try to avoid on a regular basis.
So we don't want to talk about the fun brain stimulation stuff?
Oh,
Because we're talking about breathing, about activity. The crowd is like, wait, we all know that.
Again, I can keep on going on these things. One of the things I want to do to kind of look at wrapping this session up is one of the things I think, I've heard a lot of these pieces at a lot of different talks. One of the parts I think is motivation for individuals to care about their health, to care about their cognitive capabilities, to care about their physical capabilities, so on and so forth. How do we assess that, monitor that? I know this is not your expertise. I did try to give you a little bit of heads up. I was going to ask you about motivation, but I feel like motivation, why are you all here? What took you out of your comfort zone to come here? For me, it's the weather. I get to go into a nice place in the wintertime because Columbus, Ohio is gray and cold, right, Greg? But what's the motivation for individuals that you can see that we can help or enhance or assess or anything along those lines? So basically, people's why to do things. Anybody?
Yeah, I can start. So motivation is kind of general here, but for me, something that fits into the use of the technology we have would be monitoring engagement in a task. So someone willingness to engage in a task and to actually perform, to care, if you use FNIRS, I mean, it's a good analog for this because you can see if they're actually exerting cognitive demand. So that it's referred as cognitive workload. So for a given task with a given difficulty, with a given participant's skill level, you're supposed to have a level of cognitive workload. Now, if they do it, you monitor them, but they don't have it. They don't have this signal, this response in the signal. Well, most likely they don't care. Like they're not trying. They're not even trying. And you'll be able to see that in the signal.
Yeah, I think engagement on those pieces, and I think you hit the nail on the head of, and we'll have some discussions of these on other panels in the future here later today and tomorrow about cognitive workload. NASA and so on and so forth have always been talking about that. And what are our other demands? We got this device and that device, and we're trying to keep up with all those things and the alerts and what are we here for? And do we eliminate those things? And can you break away from those things? That's why we go out to vacation and try to walk away from all of our responsibilities and technologies. But then we also feel this, this addiction to it. And I was walking around the room just to see how many, different smartwatches and so on and so forth. And it's kind of a 50-50. You either are kind of in and you got 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 devices on, or you're out and you're kind of like, look I'm locked in. I got a piece of paper and my notepad and I'm going to go that way. And I think that's perfectly fine because I think we're going to have individual components into all of our cognitive spaces. So I'll kind of wrap up there to end that part. So thank you, panel. I think you did a great job. And now I'm going to do my little dance.
Yeah, please. Again, thanks so much, everyone. Panelists, you want one more round of applause for our panelists? Come on up. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Hey, Jimmy.
Great. We're going to have a quick 15-minute break. We are going to take all 15, so we'll come back right here at 11:30, and we'll kick off our next panel. So take that break, reset, and then let's do the last one before lunch. getting started here. Give them a couple minutes here, get everyone back in, seats filled up. I'm going to take away these reserved seats. So if you want a front row seat, you're welcome to have it. All right. You want a couch seat, you can have a couch seat. Okay. All right, well, we'll go ahead and get started. Thanks for bearing with us. A lot of programming this morning, and then in the afternoon, a little bit less programming. Definitely a lot of opportunity to have discussions, so I'm excited about that for everyone. Our next panel is Mind Games, Encouraging Healthy Choices, and our moderator, Dennis McGurk, I'll introduce him here in a second. I'm excited about this panel largely because it's about behavioral influence, and I think that's one, I get excited about that. I think it's really important how we influence our humans to do the thing we're trying to get them to do, hopefully positively, is something that's super exciting to me. So I'm excited about that. It's something that exists in our society that we have to tackle. Our moderator, Dennis McGurk, the director of North Carolina, you're going to correct me if I'm wrong too, I know that. Director of the North Carolina Center for Optimizing Military Performance. He's got a significant history in military medicine, human performance acquisition, and measuring humans. So I'll just leave it at that broadly. And then lots of folks know him well here. He's kind of a celebrity at this point. So he's gonna go ahead and lead the discussion here and introduce our panelists. Please give a round of applause for everyone here up on stage. Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate that. So, mind games. It's interesting that we're following the first talk where they had Yoda speak, and that was now we're the mind game folks. So, as Nick alluded to, I spent most of my 25-year Army career as a research psychologist, looking at behavioral health, looking at how do you change people's behaviors. So, what we're going to do with the panel today is you heard a lot that we have a lot of data, and I used to get, Doc, don't keep describing the problem. Tell me what I can do to improve my soldiers or service members' lives. So you're going to hear from somebody with an athletic training background, and by the way, PhD I'll mention in biomechanics. So you'll hear how do you do it with athletes? How do you get them to do healthier behaviors, more high performance behaviors? Then you're going to hear from a serial entrepreneur, how does stress weigh in there? How does taking that kind of data, which you heard a little bit about earlier, how do you use that to get people to engage in healthier behaviors? And then you're going to hear from another entrepreneur and a guy who worked in esports, and you're going to hear about how do you get people to engage? How do you nudge them? How do you get them to change their behavior? How do you keep them engaged? How do you use technology to do that? So that's the overarching theme for our panel. I'm going to do the introductions a little differently because I'm going to introduce each person, then let them talk. We'll do the questions following. That way you'll actually remember maybe what their credentials are as we go through. So first of all is Brian Heiderscheit, who, as I mentioned, the athletic training background. So he is, by training, a physical therapist, but has a PhD in biomechanics. He is currently the director of Badger Athletics. So if you don't know the Badgers, that's the University of Wisconsin. He's also came here for warmer weather, too, I'm going to guess. So he's the professor in orthopedics and rehab and the director of that University of Wisconsin Badger Athletic Performance Program. He's got over 20 years of experience. So he's going to talk to us a little about that. And I'll tee you up with my question, Brian. So as a performance enhancement specialist with the University of Wisconsin, what are you seeing in terms of athletics when it comes to habit forming to maximize health and performance? And can you talk about how does that performance drive outcomes? And I had to hesitate to say, how do you apply it to the military, but we'll come back to that one.
Sure. All right, thanks for that, Dennis. First of all, thanks everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to come speak with your group today. So at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, what we've built about a decade or so ago was an integrated research and performance program with UW Athletics. Many of you may have been involved with collegiate sports, understand oftentimes there's a big wall that exists between the academic side and the athletic side, and it's very hard to get integration across those, between that chasm, with the exception of the occasional research project. What we did about a decade ago or so was try to develop an integrated program where we are on site and part of the athletics program, but we built this performance idea with the goal of also being able to mine it for research purposes. And so my background, again, is in sports medicine as a professor in orthopedics and vice chair for the department, is really to understand how we can improve both the health and the wellness of our athletes with the goal toward improving their on-field performance as well. And so with that, we have developed a program where we collect data at baseline on almost every UW athlete that walks in the door. We have about 880 student athletes at this point, where they come in as freshmen and we collect their data 2 to 3 times a year, depending on the sport, depending on the interest. That can involve anywhere from structure, size, imaging type of measurements to performance on the field, biomechanics, whether it's in a lab setting or on the field itself with GPS or IMU-based technologies, to mental health as well. We survey them on a variety of tools. We monitor their sleep habits. A fairly exhaustive program that involves way more than myself. I direct the program, but we have over a dozen researchers and individuals from different specialties from campus that are part of the group. But the idea was that we needed to be able to take that information and not just use it for our research purposes for the general, but we needed to be able to understand how we're going to improve it for the N of 1. How are we going to help this athlete who's coming to us and giving us their data and exposing them to this battery of tests, that we can make their performance better. Whether they happen to be a crew athlete, whether they happen to be a basketball. We don't have baseball at Wisconsin. We're like I'll go on record, we're the only Big Ten school without a baseball program. We need to get it back. So we have basketball, and then we have football as well. So these are a variety of different areas of training and coaches' interests, as well as athlete interests, that we need to understand what are the performance metrics that, one, are feasible for us to acquire and to scale across that number of sports, but also, two, provides the granularity of information that the individual athlete and coaches value. So case in point, one of the things that we've done, and this was one of our easier ways to probably maybe describe the idea of trying to individualize it, is our athletes each get a scorecard, right? When they come in, they have their standardized data that are captured, and they're shown relative to the prior 10 years worth of UW athletes, relative to that score for their position, for their individual, for their time at the university, whether they're freshman, senior, and so forth. And they begin to see where they map out, but the coaches can also then see that information as well and see the potential for growth aspects that are there. We then meet with each one of those athletes and their coaches to be able to understand where it is that is of value to them, and understand where it is they'd be able to see the most level of emphasis or growth relative to their own. So for example, our cross-country program, we're generally one of the top 10 ranked distance programs in the nation. We meet with every one of their distance athletes each year to categorize them as, are you a heavy runner or a lighter runner? What is your per stride load that you're experiencing as an athlete? And how does that match up with your coach's plans for you relative to your growth in mileage that you're going to take on? So we wanted them to understand that the coach's plan has their own characteristics built into it at heart. They're not just being mapped into this particular program that Wisconsin has. How it goes they go about achieving it oftentimes is routine for the institution, but we're going to make sure that we individualize it down to their own level. The other key way that we are able to change and influence behavior has to do with when we're looking at if you're an injury. So we get very good longitudinal data on all of our athletes for as long as they're at the university. We can see growth trends and so forth. But let's say, for example, an athlete tears their ACL as a sophomore or as a junior. We have now 1 to 2 years of pre-injury data on them that we can use as a benchmark to say, well, A, what do we want to get back to? Or B, maybe we don't want to get back to it. Maybe there was something that existed at your pre-injury level that we can improve upon. But it also allows us then to map their recovery and work with their healthcare providers, their training, the athletic trainers and so forth, to be able to address and customize their return to play program and their rehab program at times when they're starting to deviate from where we expect them to be. So we know certain milestones should occur at particular time points, whether it be from a strength standpoint, a movement standpoint, a bone density standpoint, whatever the areas are of concern that we're going to be monitoring. And all of that plays a role with determining their individual readiness to return to the play.
Fantastic. Thanks, Brian. All right, we're going to shift over to Jojo Roy. As I mentioned, he's a serial entrepreneur, currently is the CEO of SenseStream. And he did go to Columbia, but more importantly, for those here in the audience who are locals, he is a Longhorn. He went to UT, and that's hard for me to say because I went to Texas Tech for my PhD, but I said it out loud. Okay, so JoJo was able to bootstrap an innovative design and development agency that he sold to Salesforce. So for folks who spent most of their military career, that might not mean anything. It didn't mean anything to me when I was there, but I now know on the outside world, if you're acquired by somebody big like Salesforce, you had something of value. So that's, again, where can we learn from industry? If they were bought out, and you're going to hear that about Brian, next coming up, that you had a product that somebody thought was value, and Salesforce is a pretty large company. So when they bought JoJo, you know what he had was good. So JoJo is also going to talk about how do you use information about stress to influence behavior. So my question to tee you up, JoJo, is your technology senses stress from a myriad of different readings. A lot of you are out here with physiological and other wearable data. How can this information influence humans and decision-making in terms of health and performance?
Thank you for that great introduction, and thank you for having me here. I'm really excited to be here. And just so that we get that out of the way, I am wearing a ring that we're making that will launch in a couple of months, and this is my live data of a range of things. The big one actually being electrodermal activity, and I'll talk about that in a second. But I just wanted to let you know, because I'm periodically looking at it, because public speaking is one of the most stressful things that you can do. And so on a 10-point scale, I'm at a 9 right now in terms of stress level. Real-time data. What is interesting about stress and relaxation, and I'll tell you a bit about like why I got fascinated with it, is if we're not able to actually accurately measure it, then how are we supposed to manage it? And HRV, as was discussed on the previous panel, is a fantastic measure, but it's sort of your how much do I have in the tank today measure. It's the measure that tells you, okay, I slept well, I trained or I overtrained, I've got this number that I look at in the morning, but it's not your speedometer, it's not your tachometer. It's not giving you a real-time view as to what is actually activating you or relaxing you. And so that's what really SenStream, the company that I started with my co-founder, Hugh Lusted, who's here, some years ago, it was an interesting journey for me. It was really my fascination with stress and relaxation and focus and performance started when my father was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, and this was in late '96. So he was gone in 3 months. At the same time, I found out that my wife was pregnant. Then we realized, hey, it's time to leave my government job. I was working for the Commerce Department, giving grants to cutting-edge commercial R&D programs out of the Advanced Technology Program. But I left that job and came to Austin to work for Power Computing, which is perhaps a footnote in tech history, but it was the first and fastest growing Mac clone maker back when that was a thing. And so it was at the time the fastest growing computer company in history. We were growing explosively, super successful. Steve Jobs came back, shut us down. So in 9 months, I went from, comfortable government job, finding out we're having our kid, my father passing away, moving to Austin, and then losing my job. And people would ask me at the end of that, like, how are you still standing? And I said, I have no idea. And so that was kind of my journey into like, well, you really need to understand the physiology of stress and the connection of mind and body to really, get a clear view of how do you manage this. And so that's what SenStream has been really fundamentally focused on for years. I think people aren't calling it that, calling this category deep tech as much as they were maybe 2-3 years ago before COVID, but it is very R&D focused. And what we decided to do was, take a very science-based approach. So this is like kind of delving into the philosophy and the ethos of a startup. On one hand, you can say, hey, what's the application? Let's rush to like a good enough version of what we want to go and solve, and then iterate from there. We thought about that. We really ended up pivoting in the direction of saying, let's get the data and the signals and the analysis right. And that's a foundational element that allows us to iterate and move into different categories. So our starting product is really meant for academic and life science researchers. It's going to launch in a couple of months, as I showed you, waving that. What's my stress level right now? It's a 6.
Spike when you drop the microphone?
I did spike when I dropped the microphone. My EDA shot up like you won't believe, and the composite measure went up as well. And then as I realized it's not going to get unplugged if I yank it by the cable, it was, I calmed down again.
The IT guys spike too.
Sure. So, no, so what we, you know, the startup journey being one of kind of like learning and adjusting, when we started benchmarking our hardware, to sit there and say, okay, so we can claim lab on a finger, but if it doesn't actually bench against the spider web of cables and boxes that are in a lab, that's a false platform where it's about collecting data and analyzing that data. That said, this is the first step in what ends up becoming a set of, you know, tools, devices, wearables that really provide you with that proactive guidance. So like, you know, right now I don't have like much of an insight for you aside from public speaking is stressful and it kind of goes up and goes down. I got it down quite low sitting over there when I was very engaged on the previous panel's answers during the Q&A. And then the moment I started thinking about, oh, the panel's coming up, it shot back up again. It's very interesting once you have that type of a real-time measure. And I'm going to show you one of our very, very simple UI elements, which is just a dot that changes in color. And I'll frequently put the ring on and have it on while I'm working. And less so now. At my previous company, you know, I used you know, Chrome and tabs exclusively for my email. When I would just go to my email inbox, where I would usually have probably 200 to 250, a backlog of 200 to 250 email a day, immediately it would shoot. I didn't even have to read what's in there. It was just a black of unread email, and then stress goes up. But then when you're reading content, or when you're viewing video, or the other one that is really interesting, listening to music and listening to certain playlists, you can start tuning your emotional state. And that's where we want to get, which is like finding out those things that are triggers, finding out those things that relax you, providing that guidance, saying like, hey, when you're listening to, you know, Fleetwood Mac, your stress level is going down. Now, what I've found is I can actually adjust my stress levels in the moment with a specific playlist, but it isn't a lasting effect. Meditation, on the other hand, 10-minute meditation I do from Richie Davidson at University of Wisconsin, his Healthy Minds Institute, called Calm in the Midst of Chaos, because I've been living in quite a bit of chaos lately. That has, in 10 minutes, can knock down my stress level by 20 to 25%. Quantified, I know it works. There are other stress-related meditations that don't. They basically stay the same. So that's sort of what we've been doing. How do you quantify and manage it, and then ultimately provide people with tools so that, you know, these are the things you do during the day that actually help you a lot. A walk may be fantastic for some people. A playlist of relaxing music may be great for others. LeBron James puts together a very, very intricately constructed playlist of music. He doesn't talk about it that much anymore, but he listens to it before every game. Why? It gets him in the zone. So this is all about flow and focus. And that's the other side. Just as they talked about on the previous panel, stress is not always a bad thing. We have to have it to live. And so it's how do you manage it and use it as a force to guide you to do the right things and do better.
Thanks, Jojo. We're going to move over to Brian Wilneff now. So Brian is the CEO of Alpha Metaverse Technologies, which, by the way, is publicly traded in Canada. And he went to the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, previously founded a company called Gamers Arena. So he then sold that company, again, showing some success in the esports arena, which if you talk about something that takes fast decision-making and cognitive capability, esports is that. He's going to talk about what drives people to Web3 and other virtual environments. And yeah, if some of you are thinking, what is Web3? I had to look it up. So Brian, we'll pass it over to you.
Yeah,
and my question, just to get you there, is you're deep into Web3 and virtual environments. What drives people to want to engage in Web3, and how do you keep human attention?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Dennis. And I'm happy I'm not wearing JoJo's ring because I'd probably be at a 10 there on his scale. So a lot of what we do as a company is we create metaverse experiences. We do AR and VR experiences. We do 3D production, e-commerce, and blockchain and NFT. So when we talk about Web3, we really look at that as the next generation of the internet, right? We started at, Web 1.0 to 2.0 where we're at, 2.5, and now we're moving into Web3 where it's really more of a change of technology that's empowering the way in which we use the internet. So on our end, the way that we look at how we get consumers to engage with platforms and to buy more, to spend more time, to have a better experience is the first thing that we start with is how do we build a beautiful environment? And that starts with the 3D production, it starts with the design, it starts by capturing the consumer's eye where they look on their phone and they're in an application and they feel good about that. Beyond that, what you're really taking a look at as you're looking at these metaverse environments, whether it's through a virtual reality environment or from a mobile device, is taking a look at the data in which how it's driving and influencing the behavior of the consumer for how do we get them to come back? How do we get them to do certain behaviors? How do we get them to feel good where they then want to spend more time or they want to pay to improve their chance of winning this or buy the product? So a lot of the way in which we look at this is really how do we gamify these experiences? And gamifying experiences creates a better overall use of how an individual is leveraging the technology. So when you look at that, we're taking a look at how does the data dictate an individual and the way in which they're spending time on specific parts of the environments that we're building. When we see certain things where there's certain fall off, we have to take a look back at, do we need to enhance certain things in the environment that we're providing? Are there certain visual elements that need to be updated, created, scaled back, or increased? And then as well, is the content that we're providing, is that something that is engaging for the end consumer? So we look at a couple of different ways in which to provide that. One of that is in virtual reality and augmented reality, where it's something where it is way more immersive for that end user. If you guys have seen things like the Oculus Quest, the Quest 2, it really provides a comprehensive immersive environment where people are able to see a bunch of different things at the same time and feel like they're actually in that world when they're engaging. What we're also seeing is a really great opportunity to drive this type of engagement from mobile devices. Right now, there's a restriction on the hardware where not everybody has these Oculus Quests or these abilities to have virtual reality. So what does everybody have? They do have a mobile device. So part of that experience in the development is how do we take the traditional way in which people interact with their phone and create a better gamified experience where they feel like they are a part of what they're doing. And that may be doing things like creating an avatar for themselves, where they're able to represent themselves within that environment and then go ahead and play games that are then actually driving them towards what the end objective would be, which for many companies that we work with is buying their products at the end of the day.
Thanks, Brian. So we're to the question period now, start a little more discussion. And folks, I would encourage you, if you're in the audience and you have a question or a comment, stand up. We get them a mic, Nick, or? I'm sorry, don't stand up. QR code them all in. The list is wide open, as they say, like I feel like I'm at a telethon. Please, folks, send your codes in. But I have a few questions. So interestingly, I didn't prep you for this, so sorry, yours is going to shoot again. Ms. Goodyear talked this morning, and we did talk about this a little in our Ms. Goodyear talked this morning about scaling. And so obviously all of you talked a little bit about personalized medicine, personalized training. Talk to me or talk to the group here. How do you balance personalization with the ability to scale it up? Because 880 athletes is a lot, but you're not a brigade in the 82nd Airborne Division, right? So if we're going to scale this up for the Army, for the DOD, how do you do that while still being able to personalize to make it useful for people?
Yeah, I'll start with that. So, I mean, we certainly had to scale up where we're at currently. We started with one athletic program, and that was wrestling, because it was a manageable size. We didn't want to go right to football. That had a lot of demands, a lot of eyes and attention on it. We wanted to understand proof of concept first at a much smaller level, then grow from there. We also needed to make sure that we understood our own ability in terms of how many measures we could capture and make sure that we understood what were the important measures to get after. So we had standardized our metrics across the teams to start with. And then now that as we've been able to grow a bit more and bring in all the different student athletes into our purview, we are now customizing it down to what each individual team or athlete may need. Going that to the next level of, like, for example, for us is getting out to the general campus, the general student body at Wisconsin. We've begun to do a little bit of work in that area in terms of motivation. The earlier panelists talked about how physical activity is such a huge driver for mental health. And we showed that very clearly in some of our data with the campus. How, depending on how athletic or excuse me, how active the individual was, very much dictated where they ranked in terms of their overall mental health during school. And these are individuals, same age, same majors, same life experiences in terms of where they're coming from. And yet what they were experiencing on campus at the time was dramatically different based upon how active they were, whether they self-classified as sedentary, whether they were involved in recreational sports, intramurals, and so forth. So that allowed us to message much more to campus using existing health services about the importance of activity relative to the individual's general health.
Thanks, Brian. Jojo or Brian W.?
Sure. Short answer from me would simply be, I think it's iterations, and so you start with, you may not start with the largest scale. You may be treating it as a research study or as a pilot. And from there, as we start gathering the data, and the beauty once you have, data, not just, data from a wearable, but kind of a lot of contextual data, is we can start building ML and predictive models. And then that, I think, once we have like that population-based data, once we have a growing amount of population-based data, maybe we get the best of both worlds, Dennis, in the form of, on one hand, it's customized, but at the same time, we're also comparing it against a much larger group, and we can create sort of the recipes or the formulas that make sense for this particular person. But there's still a decent way to go till we get there. That's still an emerging area.
Yeah, and so when we look at it from our end, again, it just comes back to the data, what you're looking at, and dictating by breaking groups down and being able to provide them with real-time testing as well. And that's some of the thing that we take a look at here when we're looking at how it can be applied to the Army, is being able to capture and identify where you're not losing that individual touch point. And that's because you're able to ask them questions and test them about the information that they've been provided there, and then identify where it may be falling through those cracks or where it's not being retained. That's something that can be automated, right, based upon what they do previously on that application or in that environment, where you're able to prompt them with those questions, which provides that individual feedback, but at a scalable opportunity.
Okay, thank you. All the questions have come in. I have a bunch more I'd like to ask, but we'll do that maybe at lunch. One of the ones I'm going to grab right from the start is, what's one effective and simple hack that you've discovered that drives behavior?
I'll jump in at first, I guess. All right. And for us, a lot of it has to do with identifying who's probably the most respected individual on the team. And if we can convince that person to modify their behavior, to utilize our information to improve their behavior, their performance, we automatically get buy-in from the rest of the group. And so that's been our easy hack, is finding that one or two people who really are the standouts on the team and get them to believe in the process.
Formal and informal leadership.
So I wouldn't say that it's necessarily the easiest hack out there, but the first thing that we take a look at, as I mentioned, is building those beautiful experiences. How do you make a person feel good about what they're initially doing in the environment that they're going to be in? That allows them to be way more receptive, where you can then gather the information without having them open it up or be involved in an experience where they feel shut down immediately because they don't feel good about the aesthetic or the design of that.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I worked with the Army Center for Enhanced Performance a few years back while still in uniform. And they had an interesting hack that they said you got to literally trip over your goals. And so if the example they gave is if you want to run more, put your sneakers by the front door. And you can't walk out without seeing them and being reminded, I got to go run more. So I think that it'd be interesting, not for this, but to talk about how can technology make you trip over your goals. And I think you get all these reminders, right? Your phone tells you these things, your watch tells you these things. So just thought I'd throw that out. But I want to take another question here. Here's a little different one. What is the optimal level of stress for training? And I think, Jojo, if you want to go first with that.
This is still kind of an area where a lot of research still needs to be done. Not because we don't now have the measures and we haven't had the measures in the past, although they were kind of tethered to the lab, but electrodermal activity, which is what we've been kind of indexing on pretty significantly, it's individual to each of us. So it goes up and down. Like my responses are consistent, but they may be very different from Dennis's responses. And so that measure is a very personalized measure. I also want to actually give the answer to like a simple hack, which I will be also curious to see if there's any behavioral change in here. One of the things we've found around kind of relaxation and getting, dialing down is sitting up straight. And the reason for that is when we slump, our lungs can't get as much air in. So this is really more in Brian's world. But, it's a simple, easy hack. And we've found from a quantitative perspective, it actually does have an impact on your stress level.
And I'm going to have to move to monitor that. Okay, go ahead, please.
On our end, I think it's not looking at the optimal area of stress. I think more of how do you keep things engaging and challenging, but not too challenging for a majority that they then fall off.
Okay, thank you. I got another good question. Well, they're all good questions, but here's one. How are you communicating to your end users measurements of cognition, and I'd add stress and behavioral health, that historically people have not had access to direct data on?
I can start. I mean, this is all still very sort of scientist and researcher and lab centric, but what I showed you before, the big red dot, which had gone down to like a level 5 when Brian was speaking, because I was finished talking. You need to, we found this is only of interest to a very, very limited number of people. And while it may be a technical feat, it loses interest very, very quickly. So then you have to come up with various different interfaces that actually make it digestible and actionable. Like, oh, here's a power meter view of 3 measures that make up that dot, which actually is derived from this. So much of it is going to be in the experience design and the user experience design so that it's in the moment, at the right moment, and providing you the data in a way where it's understandable and hopefully actionable.
Okay, here's a combination for Jojo and Brian W. How does stress tie in with addiction to gaming?
You want to start?
Go ahead. It's yours.
So when it comes to the stress part, I don't think that typically people are looking to play video games or have a gamified experience to enhance their stress, right? It definitely comes along with it, but those are people that are at a more than casual or hyper casual level. Those are people that it means more to them if they have stress, whether or not they're winning or losing that specific point. So I believe that part of what we look at on our end as well is how do we decrease the stress? How do we make it a wonderful, great, calming environment where they're having fun and it is one where they're not inducing that stress, where people are more likely to buy and engage with other people within that environment. But there are elements as well of feelings of stress where there is, elements of FOMO, right? Where people are afraid to miss out if they do not get that exclusive item within the game itself. So there are small elements of that. It's just very careful about fine tuning that you're not crossing over to that place where they put it away or they delete it or they get away from what it is you want to accomplish.
The way we've been looking at it, and this is also an area that has not been researched as heavily using physiological measures is flow states. And it goes back to also answering kind of the previous question a bit more, which is what's that optimal state that allows us to be working at, performing a particular task or, skiing or playing tennis, and suddenly you're lost in the moment and time stops existing and you're just doing things very naturally. That's a flow state. You can be too amped up to be in that flow state, or you can be too relaxed to be in that flow state. From a gaming perspective, what we found, we actually did some tests, sometime back looking at 3D and Oculus, so meta experiences compared to 2D gaming experiences. And what we found was the expert gamer, after a while, if they were an expert gamer in 2D and they moved into the same game in Oculus, it didn't make much difference. They hit that flow state, and it's actually, so like the flow state that people reach playing video games can actually be really quite good if that's what you're shooting for, where you're sort of like lost in the game. And what is interesting, and this is all sort of like still hypothesis, is you reach a certain point where maybe after an hour or two and you keep playing, then if you're staying up late, if you're skipping meals, it has this different effect. So it's all, you have to look at the whole context, but gaming itself can actually put you into like this flow state. And if that's what we're trying to train people to be in non-gaming real life experiences, could be very helpful.
Yeah, and just to touch a little bit more on this, what we see as well is that stress is a tool, and that's through leveraging people coming back every single day or within a designated time period where, if they're attending a conference and they can't get on their mobile game that they're used to spending in between their calls when they're home, and they're going to miss out on those exclusive things they need to do within that time window, they feel stressed because they can't get on their game to accomplish those goals, to continue improving their standing within that environment. So there are elements there definitely to get people to come back on. And then once they're on, it's taking a different look.
Yeah, we only have a little over a minute left, so I'm going to ask the last question from one of our government partners from the CCDC DevCom, is referring to the scale. How does acceptance come into play as it relates to age/experience of participation?
Yeah, I'll get started with it again. Based on our experience, we have a small age window, right? We're basically 18 to 23, maybe 24, sometimes 25-year-olds. But generally, they're an age group where we're not going to see a whole lot of experience. But within that environment, by the time they are at that senior level or so, they are extremely experienced in that area. They are well respected and whatnot. So the buy-in and the acceptance that we have among our more senior group within the athletes is actually quite impressive. And they do tend to show much more of a mentorship role to our younger athletes that are coming on board.
Oh, we get one more. All right, then I'll go the last one from one of our special warfare Air Force colleagues. Other than tracking gross number of touches, contacts, have you found any other reliable metrics to assess engagement and shift areas of focus to further enhance consumer involvement? And by the way, all the required training I had to do when I was in uniform and I did this on, I'd love to ask about that, but we'll go with that question.
Yeah, absolutely. So part of that is the exciting part of what you're seeing with Web3, and that's the technology that's being opened up to really have an enhanced view on who the consumer is. So, part of what we have in a partnership with another company is a decentralized peer-to-peer ad network. And, that's something that's in place to replace typical tracking like cookies that you see out there, and it allows us to anonymize user data and then leverage signals together, which are really showing what a prime end consumer would be, where you're delivering the best quality ad experience to them that they're most likely to buy. So leveraging the technology that's out there today, you really can take a deeper look at what is driving individuals or what makes the most sense for them, and you're able to build these profiles around what really does work for that individual at a much closer, in-depth basis than you could previously.
Thank you, Brian. And I'd like to thank Brian, Jojo, and Brian for your input. Sorry, folks who had questions we couldn't get to. Great stuff.
Oh, really fantastic. Thanks everyone. Fantastic panel. So for everyone here, we're gonna start heading to lunch, and there's a bit of a longer lunch break, which is good, but we'll come back at 2. We actually have a second keynote here today at 2 o'clock with Alexis Ponel from Google. She's a technology evangelist. So it should be a really interesting discussion at 2 o'clock, and then we'll meet, once that's done, we'll immediately roll into breakout sessions. And so if you're curious about like, hey, what's next on the thing? It's right here on the back of your badge. It's a QR code, and then it takes you to the main page of the website. Scroll to the schedule. Scroll to the schedule. Okay, so we'll see you all back here at 2 o'clock. No saving seats down here, so first come, first serve inside on the first floor. Thanks, everybody. Oh, one sec. All right. All right. Hey, how's everybody doing? We're back from lunch mostly. That's what I'm talking about right there. Let's get it. Get all the energy in here. Hey, we have one more keynote, and I'm glad we're back in seats because right after this, there's going to be a flurry of activity. If we can, hey, Mike, can we push that to the QR code really quickly so people get the QR code? Sure. So that QR code for Alexis, she's going to have slides up. So get that QR code now if you want to ask her a question before the session's over. All right. And then immediately following, I will provide a little bit of instruction, but what you should be doing or should have done at some point is thought about maybe where you want to go after this for the use case breakouts. Okay, so that's what will happen next. And I'll walk through some of that after the fact. Again, those schedules are on your badges and QR codes. You go straight to the schedule page, or you go to the main page and move to the schedule page, okay? That's what you're looking to do. It'll tell you where it's at. Okay, so I'm glad we're all back. I'm excited for it. We've got one more keynote today, and she's excited as well.
Jazz hands, come on.
Alexis Bonnell, emerging technologist at Google. Sorry, emerging technology evangelist, my fault. You know, something that I think is really exciting about this, I'll preface it a little bit, but Alexis is gonna talk about, you know, technology not being the silver bullet, which is like, it's like hurts my ears. I'm over here in Army application lab, like it's all about technology, right? So I think it's great that we're talking about this a bit here today. You know, often organizations are turning to technology to solve the problem, and it's not that simple, and I think we all know that. So I'm excited about what she's gonna speak about today. Really pulling on her experience at Google and years of study, she's gonna offer some examples of key leadership and behavioral shifts that influence performance, the critical challenges and changes required, and how those manifest practically in technologies like wearables, customized learning, AI and ML, all the things that we like to talk about. All right, so without further ado, she's here, so I made sure she was here before we did it. All right, Alexis Bonnell.
Hey, thanks, Nick. Hey, y'all. Well, it is so awesome to be here. And let me start by sharing with you a little bit about why I'm here. So, over the course of my life, I've gotten to be in many of the battlefields with you all. I was in the UN and part of our forward advancement. I've managed, unlike many of you, to actually get shot. So that was not fun, but I've been, you know, in places like Afghanistan, Iraq, Somalia, Yemen, many of those places in my previous life. Then in coming to USAID, I had a great opportunity to, in essence, birth some of our first global innovation labs, some of our procurement mechanisms. I got to create our accelerators, incubators, and really figure out how do we make government permeable to all of the amazing solutions that you all have in here. So I share that with you because I'm drawing from that today as well. But then I went to Google. And to be honest, I told them no twice. I was not interested because I had a great, awesome gig in government and I love public service and I plan on going back. But I want to tell you what they got me on. When I came the third time, they asked me a really interesting question, and this is foundational to what I'm going to share with you today. They said, Alexis, we know you love public service. We know you love defense. We know you love these things. We know you plan on going back. But if you could take a little bit of time and actually learn, go from being a thought leader to a thought learner, what are some things that you would want to learn to make yourself a better leader in the future? And I thought, gosh, that's really clever, right? What a good hook, because it started me thinking. And, you know, to be very transparent with you, I'm on that journey. I'm going to share with you today some of those things I'm learning. But very specifically, there were 3 categories that I wanted to learn about. The first was, quite frankly, I wanted to peek behind the technology curtain and like understand what is bullshit and what's real, right? What needs to cost $200 million and what's free and just no one's using it, right, or aware of it. And, you know, when you sit in a meeting and someone says something like, that's all great, but what about security? What about privacy? What about bias? Like, I wanted to know the answers, right? So that was the first thing. The second one, and actually this has been one that it's gonna come up a lot today, but where I've really, really learned and grown a lot, and that was actually on culture. right? If you think about asking organizations to change, entities, teams, people to change, it's ultimately about inspiring why that change makes sense, right? And the types of culture things. So my hypothesis was, I wonder, in going to a place like Google, what they do there that I could have done and plan on doing in the future as a public leader. And the third was actually customer centricity. So I want to own the fact that while I was the Chief Innovation Officer at USAID, I can look back and say, I was actually pretty crappy. And I'll tell you why. I think to be great in innovation and technology and any of these types of things, you have to be in love with the customer and the user, right? You really do. And what I found is that, we were in love with education and health and democracy and really, really critical things. But that's different than really understanding a woman, in a vulnerable context in a village in the middle of Africa. It really is. And so I wanted to go on this journey around learning how is it that as we make these advances, we can be mindful, right, of really being user and customer centric. So with that, I have to share with you that I've had just an amazing, amazing luxury of not only learning those things for myself, but if you can imagine, the last 3 years have been hard. Weird, crazy. Can I have again another adjective? Screwed up. Come on, people, play with me. Unique. Interesting was one I got the other day. Complicated, yes. So what I've also been able and lucky enough and honored enough to do to almost sit on that 50-yard line, because my job at Google is literally just helping leaders, right? And so to be able to actually sit and not only learn for myself, not just learn what Google does, but actually to be able to learn what do the very best transformational leaders do? What have they done in the last 3 years? And what is going to make them fundamentally different? So today I'm going to share with you some elements of that. I ask you to be open-minded, right? And to maybe come with me on this journey. You may have a visceral reaction to something that I say. I want to ask you, if you do have that visceral reaction, log it, right? And ask yourself why. That doesn't mean you're right or wrong, but I think understanding why is a really interesting question. All right, so this is a question for the audience. What will be the #1 survival skill over the next 100 years and will determine power and advantage in the world? It's not a trick question. Finding water, great one. Yeah, what else? Harnessing corn. Quantum, okay, I was like, corn, I haven't gotten that one before. Quantum, yes, I like that, I like that. For those in the military, what do you think it is? Sorry? Ability to adapt, what else? Cybersecurity, I think I heard? Yeah, data security, awesome. Number of soldiers, all of these things, right? Information technology. Ability to resist, yes, that too. I want to tell you what I've learned. Okay, this is the Alexis answer of what I've learned and where my hypothesis is. This is going to be the fundamental differentiation. Why? And I'm going to walk you through this. My hypothesis comes from a place where, if you think about it, we are navigating change faster than any time in history. When we used to build systems, technologies, that would tend to be on a 5 to 20-year horizon. And so the way we built systems and kingdoms, if you will, around systems made sense. We're now talking about a change horizon that is anywhere from 6 months to a year and a half. So if we do not have an inherent willingness and ability to be curious, that's problematic. The second is, I want you to think about the rate of information access we have now. Right? As a public servant, one of the critical things that I had to do really well and be able to defend, and it's true of any of the leaders in this room, is I was expected to make evidence and informed-based decisions. That was easy when there was only so much information, right? It was also easy for me to plead ignorance when there was only so much information. Now, think about that as a stressor, but also as an opportunity of what that means to be curious, right? To bring in new flows of information. And I'm going to outline for you today a little bit of where I see some differences in how we and our nation and many nations are approaching this and how others might be as well and what we want to pay attention to. So this is Eric Schmidt. Many of you probably know him. What in essence I really love is the bottom line. How many people would agree with this? And can you read it for me? Can you read it?
Defense doesn't have an innovation economy that has innovation adoption.
How many people agree with that? How many people here are companies or organizations trying to get defense to be open to their innovation? Right? How many of them maybe even got a little bit of progress, but like you could be more, you could scale more, but you're kind of hitting that, right? Yeah. So this is a really interesting thing for us to struggle with. And it's not just defense, right? It's any type of public organization. One of the things I've also been doing over the last 3 years, and this is, some of this will be technical, some of it will be business mission, but I've actually been studying CIO archetypes, right? And so what you see, and this is again a kind of generalization, but you really see a continuum over the past 3 years of 4 different types of CIO archetypes. And I'm presenting this with you not to say one is bad or one is good, but I think understanding when you're navigating an organization, when you're wanting to be curious, what that might look like. And anyone who wants these, I'm happy to share if it's interesting. This is also really critical. We talked about culture. What I'm tending to see as far as navigating and being organizations of curiosity, that there are different generational expectations, contextual expectations of how one is supposed to behave and be curious. Now, I'm sure none of you have ever seen this, right? Have ever experienced this? And again, it's not that one side is good or one side is bad, but understanding that those people you're in a room with, those people you want to be curious, you want to solve with, they may have different base assumptions, right? Different base values. And actually, one of the most powerful things I've seen transformational leaders do is not be scared to surface these, right? In a room, you may have someone who very much in their heart says, experience matters. You may have someone else that's like 25-year-old CEOs. It doesn't matter. It matters what you can do, right? That's actually a fundamental cultural challenge and opportunity. And one of the things, again, I've seen is that in essence, leaders who really think through, make space, and confront this are much more effective as they look to move forward. And I'll give you another example of how this plays out often in platforms and systems. The top one is the one I want you to pay the most attention to. There is a fundamental difference in mindset between someone who sees the role of control of information versus catalyzation of information. And again, depending on the role you do, there may be great justifications for one or the other, but a lot of times when I see organizations, kind of hit challenging points, it's because they actually have fundamentally different values coming together around the role of information in their organizations. Another one that you'll see, and I will admit bias on this one, if we want to be adapting to change, if we want to be permeable to all of the amazing information that's out there, then we've really got to think twice about accepting vendor lock-in. We've really got to start pushing for interoperability, right? We really have to start thinking generationally about our relationship with information. And I think that that's, to the point that was raised on agility, right, being one of the major survival elements. I think that's a really interesting time upon us now and something that's really important to think about. All right, as I mentioned, this is kind of just honing in on that change. Think about, again, it's okay and it's understandable and it's logical how we used to approach technology because we used to have more time, right? Think about what as kind of humanity we have adapted to, how long we've usually been able to do that, kind of the time it takes. So again, we're now getting that compressed. This is a slide that will probably freak out your eyes, so don't try to read it. But in essence, what I have, kind of highlighted here, it's one of my favorite little graphics where this is a nexus of just a few of the things that will in essence need to be decided on their relevance to public sector and defense in the next 6 months. We'll literally be making strategic choices around resources, around all of this, right? And I want you, do you mind reading the very last part for me? Yep. I think that's a really interesting definition of leadership now, right? Change management, change incorporation. And this is one of the things that, again, we're seeing when as leaders are moving, this idea of how adaptive, how responsive can I be, and how much do I take ownership that navigating change more rapidly is a huge part of my, my persona and my existence as a leader. Now, has anyone here ever been exposed to Mikitani's rule of 3 and 10? Okay, this is a really, really great one. When I was, working on creating the lab and putting it together, what I found, and Mikitani's rule of 3 and 10, is in essence that as things grow by 3 times or 10 times, they break. It's actually pretty predictable. And when I say things, I mean policy, legislation, staff, people, communication structures, they break. What I think is really interesting about this is what happens if we actually design, right, for that change and that adaptation. One of the things I found at the lab was that it felt like every time we grew or brought in a new cohort, it didn't work as well as it used to, right? Something changed, there was pressure. But I also love the most important line, which is at the top. If you are in a constant state of change, and that's uncomfortable, right? That can be really hard for us as organizations and people to navigate. I want you to read, if you don't mind, that very top line.
There is no right, there is only right for now.
I want that to sink in for a minute. How many of us, in whatever category, policy, budget, state, SOPs, SOWs, any of those things, how many people have worked really hard on a process like that and been like, yay, we're done? Oh, come on, I'm not alone in this, people, right? All of us, because that's how we tend to think, right? Well, we've done this and now it's going to be great. And then we're surprised a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later, like, why doesn't that work anymore, right? Or someone will say, oh, we tried that, right? That doesn't work, right? But I think this idea of, again, if we're going to be information permeable, if we're going to be information kind of champion stewards and function with curiosity, there's a real uncomfortable acceptance about the fact that it's okay to solve for right now, right? It's okay that, and to be quite frank, I think for me, one of the lessons I learned, and this was Alexis managed to mess this up, I started to realize, I was always chasing like, oh, we'll do this now and it's perfect and it's done. And the reality is anyone who thinks that they create something today that will be the perfect solution 3 years from now is an asshole, right? And this is Alexa's opinion, not Google's opinion, right? Please don't get me fired. But the reality is like no one sane, right, would say, I have full confidence that in 3 years, this thing is going to be still perfection, right? Like maybe they're right, but that's still pretty bold, right? That's still like, oh, buddy, let's be careful with that type of talk, right? So I think that what's important, again, is to make us comfortable with the fact that, like, it's okay. It's not going to be perfect, right? And this is a lot about changing our relationship with risk as well, right? So what is this? Very important map, people. Most strategic, defensive, important map on the planet. Yes?
Nice.
That is exactly what it is. Again, in my household, a very, very important map. Appreciate your knowledge. So you mentioned a very particular word. It's the 7 what? 7 kingdoms. As we have formal systems, as we bring in platforms, as we bring in information and IT, and as we kind of did very, very big exercises, what were we actually often creating? Kingdoms. Did I really only have 10 minutes left? You're killing me. Okay, so, wow. All right, I'm talking. So long story short, I'm going to blast through this then. Do we have an hour? How long did we have? All right, 30 minutes. That's good to know now. Okay, so what's really important about kingdoms is the fact that they have kings, right? There's incentives, there's important things about maintaining these. And what I'm going to highlight with you is, in essence, what we found with what we are now kind of describing as living system leaders. So this is, in essence, a terminology about what are the behaviors of those really transformational leaders who are navigating, really in kind of new ways, adapting to change. The first, and this is really important, expecting change and planning for it. right? Not expecting it to be perfect, expecting change. Second, fostering curiosity and informational transparency. If we had time and we did a workshop, any one of you could probably give me 10 different practical examples of where curiosity was slowly strangled out of you, right? And thinking about how do we do that differently. But the last one's really important and I think a big game changer for leaders, and that is living system leaders really think about generational decision making. What I mean by that is when they take on a practice, a technology, a platform, they ask themselves, how am I setting up the leader that will follow me? Meaning, am I giving them adaptability? Am I making it easier for them to interoperate, to share information, or am I locking them into something, right? So I think that's a really, really interesting frame. What this in essence takes us to is really what we call kind of this new mindset. And again, this is not anti-system, right? ERPs and systems are so critical because they actually are reflections of the thoughtfulness and time that we took to organize critical information, right? And so they play a really critical role still, and I like to say, you want to take all the life, all the value out of your legacy systems. Like, don't just throw them out, right? Take that value. But more importantly, thinking of ourselves as information stewards versus system owners. Because when we're an information steward, we're incented to bring in the right information at the right time, right? When we're a system owner, we have a larger constraint around what our role of information often is. The final way I'll explain this is really this idea of, traditional systems are often manifest almost like time capsules. Again, I have built many systems, and at the time I built them, I was reflecting, the technology of the time, the staff of the time, the legislation, the budget, the mission. And as we know with Mick Tanya's rule, all of those things changed, right? So this idea of how can I be very intentional to create not a time capsule, but a change engine, right? To create something that will let technologies that are represented in the room come in and patch in easily, that will let me layer data and information. And this is, kind of one of my, you always have to do a good, kick to sci-fi, there's our current system, but let's be really clear about whether, if you're retiring a legacy monolith, the best strategy is to create a newer, more complete legacy monolith, right? Because I think, again, our relationship with information is much more dynamic. So I'm going to show you a few really quick, rapid fire, Nick, things. So number one, look at the informational context here. Just think about the volume of information being catalyzed here. Now, another one, and this is really, really critical because it completely changed my relationship with understanding information flow. What are you seeing right now? A door hinge, but what is it? You all probably been there. What is this a website snapshot of? Home Depot, yeah. Now, what I want you to keep in mind is that think about the elegance of the decisional construct you have on this page. And I realize it's hard to see, but it tells you what aisle, how many, where it is. What is really critical about this is this snapshot, this decisional context information meant that, in essence, customers went from clicking 4 times into a website into making a purchase in this first, right? And I tell you that because that idea of serving up decisional context in that super effective way is important to all of us, right? DoD the same. What was fascinating to me is that almost every single piece of information on this page comes from a different system, different source, different database, right? So that idea of how it is that we can bring in, layer information and bring that together is really game-changing. And you can imagine applying this in a different way. Guess what? We just brought the entire airframe system together, right? In one information flow, moving from 20 separate logins with different security things to one login. And, and again, I say this because I didn't realize this was possible before this job, right? And there's huge advances in technology. And the last thing, how am I doing? 2 minutes? 1 minute? I'm over? Okay, all right. I want to be respectful, right? So I'm going to show you a couple other just really cool things. What does that mean layering information allows us to do, right? And I'm going to go through these really fast, so any of you want to geek out with me afterward or later, I love it. Anomaly detection, right? That idea of being able to use information flows to see, predict, and advance, what might be coming. Another one, really important thing to think about with your culture is where your teams spend the most time and how it allows them or does not allow them to be curious and to work together. Another critical question. I think this is a really interesting one. This is the idea, again, of moving from reports-driven, which is a classic system output model, right, to insight-driven. So in this case, with the Air Force, we were able to just bring in a whole bunch of data, overlay it in a natural language context, and in essence, tell them in 6 seconds exactly where they were missing recruiting centers if they wanted to meet their diversity targets, right? No report, no system had been set up for that, right? Because we weren't asking those questions about equity when those systems were created, right? But this is kind of the art of the possible now. Now, this gets into our human performance, our wearables, and I'm going to give you a couple more sports examples because I think this is really critical for defense and for those of you in the room to think about. Many of you probably know the art of the possible. I think often as we think about defense, it's a really interesting question about changing the application of like consistent and applied scale of force versus a hyper-athlete model, right? A much more fast-moving, intuitive moving. So I'm going to show you some of those things. So number one, LeBron, right? Awesome, right? We like to know a lot about him. Look, for those of you that can read it, at the amount of insights in a given second that we can look at in a game, right? Low probability of a shot based on his wrist aperture. High fidelity, of movements and team plays. Jump with medium injury risk, right? Now, what's really interesting is who loves this? Sports teams, casinos, right? All of these kind of information, right? But we're fighting a much more important, bigger, type of thing. And so we have to be curious. We have to be permeable about how these things play in. Another one is actually sentiment. So we have the ability now, to actually understand how might this policy or this move or what have you play out in public opinion, community opinion, specialty opinion. But we have to be curious to ask that question. Tons of, different tech here. I want you to look at AR and local environment. Again, I'm giving you a sporting example with momentum. I think for many of you in the room, you can substitute what other types of trajectory and other types of elements that may be interesting. Again, look at this as an overlay. So on the left, imagine being a fan, having your normal, wonderful view of that game, but then being able to superimpose in the exact same space, not only what's happening, but the probability that the person who is up at bat is going to hit the ball in a particular direction. Again, being able to now give reality. And imagine if you are someone who really wants to understand how your team is performing in the field, right? What's going on, and being able to give different vantage points, different views, especially when you think about kind of the training and upskilling. This is a really cool one. To be honest, I didn't even know we were doing this until this our time together and me prepping for it. This is something we have called Jacquard, which is in essence a Fitbit on steroids. And so what it means is it's an insertable wearable that can be done on many different levels, many different types of of pieces of material, et cetera, and can measure many different things. And there's probably a ton of even cooler things in the room, right? So I'm showing you this as a way of feeding and encouraging curiosity that this stuff exists. It's out there. Another one I think is really interesting here is this is actually fanware, which I have customized for today's presentation with the appropriate logo. But even that idea of things like heart rate, right? I was talking to one of the curators of one of our big national museums about what it would be like when someone walks in to actually be able to get their heart rate in reaction to what they saw on the wall. Would they actually curate it differently? And I'll show you this video really quickly. This is, I know you all probably aren't cricket fans. Oh, we don't have volume. Should I? All right. Long story short, with this, what was really interesting is that all of these fans of cricket around the world went from having it be free to having to pay for it. So all of a sudden, they had to think of ways to make it a lot more interesting and compelling. So in essence, what they did is through predictive tools called Monty, in essence could predict, now I want this to sink in, could predict the potential of a wicket, touchdown, score, however you want to think about that, 5 minutes earlier than it happened. With I think it was about 75% accuracy. Pretty crazy, right? But again, what is all of that? It's information, right? It's an openness and a willingness to make ourselves permeable to information and to tools to use it. And I will leave you with this. The last thing I want you to think about is that, for many other countries, let's say adversaries and others, they are not bound in their relationship with information in historical systems the way that we are. When they talk about applying things like AI, and those types of tools, we all know that we want to maintain superiority, but it's a race, right? My hypothesis for you is that I think in the next 100 years, it isn't going to just be the tool. It's going to be our willingness to be more curious and therefore more advanced and more forward than anyone else on Earth. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, I know we had our own tight schedule. Thank you, Alexis, for being, adaptive there. That was helpful. Okay, so we have a tight schedule actually this afternoon in terms of the actual breakout sessions that we have, right, queued up for you. Here's the instructions if you're ready. So from a facilitator standpoint, we know who those people are and they're assigned, they know where they're going. Those are government people for the most part. If you're not a government person, it is a choose your own adventure scenario today. Okay, so you get to choose where you're gonna go. There's only so many seats in each one of these places. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna describe to you where they're at. Also, we're gonna have people out